with the formal presentation, I'd just like to ask our Deputy Director, Tyler Gomes, to give us a quick pule before we begin.
Ano ai kākou e pule kākou. E kia kua manaloa I loko o ka lani. Nui ko mahalo ia oe no ke la. A me ko mau ho'opo mai ka ea mai ia mākou. Ke mahalani mākou ia oe. No ke ia ako ko ana mai o ke ia mau kanaka oiwi. O nei ia aina ho'opulupula. E kuka e. E pili ana I ke ala hele pono. E ho'olako e ki ena. Ke noi nei mākou ia oe no ko alaka I ana mai ia mākou. Me ke aloha. Me ke ahu nui, me ka lokahi, a me ka ho'ihi e mālama ana I ke kule ana a ko mākou I makaʻaina na o kuhio ka lani ana ole. Ke pule nei mākou I kia mau mea ma ka inoa kaukiki hiwa hiwa o Iesu Kristo. Amene.
Amen.
Amen.
Okay.
Andrew, I think you're on mute.
Oh, sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
So
Let's
you
go.
probably
Let's start
didn't
from
hear.
the top again.
Okay, kalamai. Well, okay. My name is Andrew Choi. I'm the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's Planning Office Program Manager. With me today, we have our Deputy Director, Tyler Yukepa Gomes, Cedric Duarte from our Information Community Relations Office, and Wehua Kinilau Kano from our Government Relations Office. As I was talking to myself and no one else could hear me, thank you for joining us today. We know that this isn't the most ideal format to be meeting in. Normally, we would be coming out in person to do beneficiary consultation to the communities across the state. But as you folks know, due to COVID-19, we needed to do this virtually in order to be safe. So real quickly, I'm just gonna, for those of you new to meeting virtually, just gonna go over the control panels in Microsoft Teams. One of the features that you'll probably be using a lot today is the chat box. This is where you can type in a question or comment at any time during the presentation. We will be looking at the chat box throughout the presentation and be making sure to get to your question or comment during the presentation. The other feature that I wanted to point out to you is that hand symbol. See the thing that looks like a hand. For those of you who would like to ask questions verbally at the end of the presentation, feel free to raise your hands and we will call on you, and at that time you can ask a question or make a comment. The other thing I wanted to point out is that for those of you that are not talking at the time, please mute your microphone. That's that icon that looks like a microphone. If you can keep it muted when you're not talking, it'll help to cut back on background noise and make it easier for everyone else to hear the person that is talking. When you are talking, please make sure to unmute yourself, like how I was muted all that time when I was talking. So Normally at a beneficiary consultation meeting, we would have a sign-in sheet for everyone to sign into. Today, because we're doing it virtually, we ask that you open up the chat box. Please provide us with your name. Tell us whether you're a lessee, an applicant, or other, and what community you call home. If there's more than one person attending the meeting with you on your computer or tablet or mobile device, please type their name into, and whether or not they're a lessee, applicant, or other. While this is a virtual meeting, like any other meeting that the department conducts, there is a kuleana that we all have in this meeting to each other. So please be respectful of the person talking. Please do not interrupt the person. Wait for the facilitator, which is me, to call on you or type your question into the chat box. When addressing other participants, either in the chat or verbally, please be respectful, show aloha, and treat others how you would like to be treated. Please know that it's okay to agree to disagree, accept that others may have different perspectives and opinions. And lastly, please have an open mind. Have the mindset that you'll take home new ideas or information that you didn't know about prior to the meeting. And that goes for beneficiaries as well as department staff. So the purpose of today's meeting is to provide more information related to the proposed gaming bill, the legislative process, and next steps and milestones related to this initiative. So we'll be providing information. We'll also be providing time to answer beneficiary questions. And an important part of beneficiary consultation is to collect beneficiary feedback. Because we are doing it virtually, we do have specific questions that we would like to ask beneficiaries via a survey, which we'll be getting to later on in the meeting, but we hope that all of you can stay on and help to participate in that survey. The agenda for today's meeting. So there's really two main parts. One is the department will be providing more information related to the proposed gaming legislation. And then the second part of the meeting is your turn to provide us with any questions or comments you may have on the proposed legislation. And as I mentioned earlier, we do have a survey that we'd like you folks to provide your feedback to us. So we know that you have questions for us, but we also have specific questions we'd like to ask you as well. And then lastly, we'll just quickly go over next steps in the process and do a quick wrap up. All right. Without further ado, I'd like to invite Deputy Director Tyler Gomes to give an overview of the proposed gaming legislation.
Okay, is the presentation up?
Yes, we can see it and hear you.
Great, thank you. Aloha mai kako, mahalo everyone for joining us today for the beneficiary consultation. Before we get into diving into what this bill does and doesn't do, I think the big question on everybody's mind that we've heard over the last two presentations is where was the beneficiary consultation? So I'd like to start there. On the screen now, we have the 4 triggers for when beneficiary consultation is typically done. And for most of our, well, actually for all of our legislative proposals, we don't typically do beneficiary consultation before the bill is proposed to the commission. There were, I think, 15 other bills that were proposed this year, and we did the same thing. But the one thing we have learned, and e kalamai, there are some statewide policy issues that just provoke a certain response. And so this is later than I think everyone would like. But again, e kalamai, we're here to do that now. And so without further ado, this is what, oh, it's not. Fine. This is what we're calling our plan for the next 100 years. As most of you know, this July is actually 100 years since Prince Kuhio managed to get the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act through US Congress. And you have to think about what an amazing time that was, because not only was he a brown-skinned person in a predominantly white Congress, he was a non-voting member of Congress. So he had very little power, and yet he managed to set forth this legacy that stuck around for 100 years. And one of the big questions that we've been asking ourselves at the department is, what do we have to show for that? And what does the next 100 years look like? In some ways, we've been successful. There are 10,000 lessees currently, but what we know, and this is the more difficult task, is there are 28,000 Native Hawaiians who are waiting for an award. And that's a huge challenge for this department to consider. And finding a path forward to solve that has been incredibly difficult. I don't think any administration in the last 100 years has made it a priority for a single solution that might help us address the wait list. And this is our attempt. And so one of the primary issues that the department is up against is an issue of supply and demand. This is just a list of just the residential applications for each of the islands. This doesn't include pastoral or agricultural. And what we immediately see is the vast majority of our applicants are on Oahu. Almost 11,000 kanaka are waiting for an award on Oahu. But if you compare that with the amount of available residential land on each of those islands, what we know is there's not enough. I believe our planning department did a study of all of our available developable residential lands, and I think it's enough for only 17,000 lots. So another 11,000 shy of the wait list. And the reason is we didn't always get the best lands. We got the cliffs of Waimanalo, and we can't put people on cliffs. We got Ha'iku Valley in Kaneohe, which was subject to a number of environmental hazards in its time with the military, and all of that needs to be remediated. So when you look at which of our lands we can actually use, we've got a supply and demand problem. The second problem we have is an issue of time. The current estimate is if we keep developing lots at the rate we currently are, and no one else joins the waitlist after today, it's going to take us 182 years to figure out the waitlist. Okay, the second problem is that more than half of our waitlisters are over the age of 60. Most of them do not want and don't have the resources to take raw, undeveloped land. They need infrastructure. They don't have the time to have just an empty plot in the middle of nowhere. So we have to think about, those limitations for our older waitlisters. And then most unfortunately, we know that at least 2,000 kanaka have passed away while on the waiting list. And one of the priorities for the next 100 years is we cannot allow that number to repeat itself. It's unacceptable. And if no one's going to figure it out for us, then as a department, we have a kuleana to really take bold steps. How do we stop more kanaka from passing away without realizing the benefits of Prince Kuhio and everything this act is meant to stand for? The final issue that we're faced with is an issue of funding. And I know there's a lot of misinformation out there that the department doesn't need more money. We do. So this was what the commission approved for next year's budget request. And this is taking COVID into context, because normally we ask somewhere around 200 million. We asked for $145 million for the next year to build lots. This is what we got last year, 20 million, and the 5 years before that. Some years before that, we got $0, and the trust had to pay for these things. It is so difficult to help everyone understand the functional limitations we're facing due to the lack of funding. But for perspective, in Kapolei, in our most recent developments, those lots cost about $150,000 each just for the infrastructure. That's just for roads, sewer, electric, and water. That doesn't even include the cost of building the house. And that was the cheapest we've been able to do it so far. There are properties on the neighbor islands which are much, much farther away from available water sources with no infrastructure in place and much more difficult land to grade. But let's say we went with the cheapest number we know, 150,000. If we wanted to put in just the infrastructure for the 28,000 lots we wanted tomorrow, it would cost us around $4.5 billion just for the infrastructure on conservative estimate. That number could be much bigger if you account for all of those other difficulties that I described. This number doesn't include the land we have to acquire. Like I mentioned, our current land holdings are only suitable for about 17,000 lots. We also are going to need a lot of money to get more land. And that's where this bill comes from. I think that there is some worry that this bill came from outside the department. Someone else gave us this idea, and I am being absolutely transparent when I say this was the department's idea of how to tackle the $4.5 billion need. No one's got any idea where we're going to get money like that. And every year it's the department that faces the scrutiny for not solving the waitlist issue, but nobody wants to figure out, well, where do we get the money to do it? And we think this is it. So right now we're going to show you some data on what's possible based on based on tribal gaming data. I want to be very, very clear that we are not trying to base this off of an Indian gaming model. This is not an attempt to pass federal recognition. We don't even need federal laws to change in order for us to do this. The only reason I'm using tribal data is because it's much more easy to access because of their federal reporting requirements. But this is what's possible. Right now in our country, there are 29 states that allow tribes to game. Those 29 tribes are currently running 501 gaming operations across the country. They're generating about $33 billion in revenue every single year. Of those 29 tribes, if we look at the top 16 of them, the size of the circle is how much revenue or how much money they're making for themselves. So while it looks like, oh, California has 72 facilities, it makes sense that they make more. I want everyone to look at the bottom of the screen with Connecticut, which only has 2 facilities in the whole state. And at the top of the screen, North Carolina, also with 2. What that goes to show is you don't need more casinos to make a big impact. On average, the casinos in North Carolina are averaging about 200 million in annual revenue every single year. In addition, these casinos all generate a significant amount of jobs. Even on the Connecticut, North Carolina example, even if we could average 5,000 to 10,000 new jobs in Hawaii, that would be impressive. We have so many ohana that are separated because the opportunities aren't here anymore. And we have a number of ohana who have left and actually found jobs in these very industries. And if we could present opportunities, not only for them to come home with their newly found skills, but to create pathways for people currently living here to find jobs, it would make a big difference because these aren't just service industry jobs. These aren't just servers or waiters and waitresses. These are new jobs in technology and IT because of the amount of computer logistics that go into planning casinos. These are new executive level jobs, new senior management in hotels and resorts that don't currently exist because this would be much different than a normal hotel. These are accounting and auditing jobs that don't exist here, and enforcement jobs. And that's an added benefit that the department considered was how do we make it possible for Native Hawaiians to also figure out an employment possibility with this solution. Lastly, I want to highlight tax revenue, which is how you essentially make money off of an operation like this. You tax it. California makes the most at about $3 billion in taxes. And we think our conservative estimate on the lowest end is 30 million, but we went conservative, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. We think that the number could be much higher than that, depending on what's possible. So I'm now going to talk a little bit about what the bill does. Folks have had a number of concerns about, well, how are you going to do this if gambling is illegal in Hawaii? The bill first creates an exemption for DHHL and only DHHL to do something like this, and it exempts us from the criminal law. But what we've learned from not just tribal, but commercial gaming operations across the country is you cannot have gaming in your state without a gaming commission, which is the body that does all of the regulation. So the first thing the bill does is it sets up a gaming commission. The governor would send to our Senate 5 names, and the Senate would have to do advice and consent in order to approve it. We wrote in the bill we want at least 1 member to be a Native Hawaiian as defined under this act, because we want that interest on the Gaming Commission. We also wrote into the bill that we want one member to be from the Hawaiian Homes Commission itself so that beneficiary interests are maintained. But not only those things, we want to see very specific expertise types: corporate finance and security, criminal investigations, the legal and policy issues related to gaming, and regulatory administration of or industry management. And what we believe is in the early years, we're going to have to find the right people to get that job done so we do gaming right. But what that also does is it creates new possibilities down the road, especially for Native Hawaiians, to gain this insight and end up on the Gaming Commission themselves. The Gaming Commission would be separate from the Hawaiian Homes Commission and separate from DHHL, but attached. And they would be run by an executive director. And these would be their powers. One is the issuance of the gaming license, and I'll talk about that next. The collection of all the taxes, accounting of all the revenue, and adopting regulations. They're really there to make sure that as much integrity is given to this process as is possible. And then they're also responsible for the enforcement, making sure that the casino is operated to the law. So this is what limited gaming means. The Hawaiian Homes Commission passed the proposal for a 20-year license. In talks with our legislators, we think they're going to introduce just one 40-year license for one integrated resort. And an integrated resort is a hotel facility with gaming. So we're not thinking of just a small neighborhood casino. We're trying to think of something that's going to generate the most revenue for our department on DHHL land designated for commercial use. That's important because our land use designations are dictated by beneficiary consultation. Lands that are already designated commercial have already gone through beneficiary consultation for that purpose. Here's another change we think the legislature is going to make our commission approved in the Kapolei area. We think the legislature is going to introduce a bill that says on the island of Oahu, and that's to give the department the flexibility to acquire or purchase different land that might be more suitable than in Kapolei. And then there's one exclusion we think that the legislature will include, and that's excluding lands west of Ko'olina, which is essentially Nanakuli, and I'll explain that now. So of all the acreage we have on Oahu, beneficiaries have only, as a part of the planning process, agreed to 95 of those acres being used for commercial. 80 are in Kapolei, which is why we started there. 3 are in Kapalama, 2 in Mo'iliili, and then there's 10 acres in Nanakuli. But that land is on the fence line of an existing homestead, and we're not going to drop a casino next door to somebody's house. And so that's why we think the legislature is going to put that exception to exclude lands west of Ko'olina so that it's clear that Nanakuli is not an appropriate area. So this is what the Gaming Commission, not the Hawaiian Homes Commission, but what the Gaming Commission will have to consider before handing out that one license. And we wrote into the bill, we want the applicant to show that they've got a plan for or a history of community involvement or investment in Hawaii. We want to make sure they have enough money to do a project like this. We don't want somebody with unverified sources of capital to make a promise that they can't deliver on. We want an unblemished history of criminal activity, tax issues, or bankruptcy to make sure that the integrity is guaranteed from the get-go. And they need to have a development plan that provides a maximum revenue to DHHL. On the other end, the department is going to have to issue a land disposition or a development agreement, which is not uncommon, and that will require additional and separate beneficiary consultation. But in order to make sure that the community benefit is cemented in this, we put it in the bill too. We want them to demonstrate that they have a training plan for Native Hawaiians to qualify for jobs at the integrated resort. If we can set up our people to be most successful getting those jobs, that's a benefit. We want demonstration of economic benefit to our communities. We're going to prohibit any wagering in whoever the applicant is in their facilities on Hawaii Collegiate Athletics to make sure that our athletes are not tempted or impacted in any way by this. And lastly, we want the applicant to create a plan for creating partnerships with the University of Hawaii and our other educational institutions to create those career pathways. So we have a pipeline of getting Native Hawaiians into these new, more complex and actually higher paying jobs. I mentioned a little bit earlier, development agreement. And so Example of a development agreement might be the mall behind our Kapolei headquarters, Kamakana Ali'i, right? Somebody bid on that, and the best bidder did the development, the construction, and the management of the mall. That way the department is not making any investment in those things and can save money and time for its other focuses. Or the Bolodrome project in Mo'ili'ili, right? The developer there entered into the development agreement to design, construct, and maintain that building. All of those things have to go through beneficiary consultation first. So it'll be done again. This will not be the last beneficiary consultation if we move forward. So the development agreement requires a few things. We want them to demonstrate that they can put at least a minimum of 200 million into the design and construction, so we know they're serious. DHHL will contribute $5 million to fund the Gaming Commission's operations for startup, but that money is going to come right back to the department. We wrote it into the bill that whoever gets the license has to refund the department that full $5 million by the first day of operations. So one of the questions that we've gotten over the last 2 meetings was, well, what is the department's investment? And the answer is, we don't have to make one. The development agreement, they're going to bid on it. They're going to put the money in. So the next question in our discussions has really been, well, then how does DHHL get paid? How do we get the money? How do we get it to beneficiaries? It comes in 2 places. So part of our development agreements, like Kamakana Ali'i, like Bolodrome, is the person with the development agreement pays market value rent to the department. So we'll collect rent from them. And then additionally, we're going to tax them. We're going to tax the casino revenues to get more money for DHHL. And that's what this tax structure looks like. So all the money that is lost to a casino, that the term for that is called gross gaming revenue. And we're proposing a tax of 45%, so almost half of it. The industry standard is between 25 and 50%. So we're right under the high end on the industry, but we think there's justification for that. So where does that money go? Where does that 45% go? We wrote into the bill that 75% of it goes to the Hawaiian Home Operating Fund, and that's for home development and land acquisition. We wrote another 5% would go to the department's Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund, and then 15% to the State General Fund, and 5% to a newly created State Gaming Fund. And I'll talk about what that is in a bit, but these are a lot of numbers. So simply put, 36% of all the casino's gaming revenues will come to DHHL. Now, as to that State Gaming Fund, we wrote into the bill what we think it should be used for. And that includes additional Native Hawaiian job training for jobs at the integrated resort, roads and infrastructure, so no matter where the integrated resort goes, we can deal with congestion, the administrative costs for the Gaming Commission moving forward in the future, and then most importantly, up at the top, is compulsive gambling programs and public safety. What we've seen in so many jurisdictions is if you can write a dedicated set aside of the taxation money for those 2 things, you can mitigate or you can prevent the risk of addiction and crime. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that now because I know that's a sincere concern that many of our beneficiaries have. I think the long-standing belief we've always been told in Hawaii is that a casino or an integrated resort will increase crime. But we've got over 30 years of data and science on the topic. And what they've actually found is that in many areas, there was no increase in violent street felonies. There was a decrease in vehicular crime. And then in residential burglary and drug crime, a very minimal decrease. And that was as early as 1997. But in the last 20 years since then, we continue to see that sort of same pattern. And so what scientists who study gaming, especially one of the experts we work with who studies the impact of gaming in indigenous communities, their research shows that there's actually a lack of evidence to support the idea that casinos and crime rates are related. Even more, what they found is gamblers other than casino gamblers are more likely to commit crimes. And here's what that means. We know in Hawaii, there are chicken fights, there are mahjong parlors, there are card rooms, and there are gaming rooms. And the state not only does nothing to proactively address that, but it's all completely unregulated. And because of that, it attracts a certain type of crime. What the science has found is that if you introduce a regulated integrated resort or casino, that other illegal unregulated gambling actually decreases. And because of the type of people that go to casinos, they're the ones who are more less likely to commit crime. The same is true of, actually, just let me go back. So that's not to say that the potential for crime isn't there. That's not what I'm saying. What the science and the research is saying is that if you put money towards public safety, you can be successful in stopping increases in crime. And that's been replicated in areas like Louisiana, Pittsburgh, Iowa. These are serious considerations that the country of Japan went through a few years ago. And the science continually repeats, if you can put the money towards it, you can actually mitigate that harm. The same is true of problem gambling, or what is often referred to as gambling addiction. Right now, every state in the country, including in Hawaii, has a problem gambling rate between 1% and 2%. Hawaii's is 2.2%, so a little bit higher than the national average. We currently put no resources towards problem gambling addiction programs. There's nothing available to those people. But we know that if you can dedicate funds there, especially through the bill, over time you can mitigate the risk, and they see a momentary rise just out of the initial rollout, but that rate stabilizes at 1% to 2% in the long run. So jurisdictions that have had gaming for the last 30 years average 1% to 2%. And that's because of the desire to set money aside in order to address it. And then lastly, much like the crime statistics, the research, third-party academic research, so what that means is unbiased, peer-reviewed, published journal articles, they actually fail to link disordered gambling rates or problem gambling rates to the expansion of gambling. And like I said, that's not to say that the risk doesn't exist. What it does mean, though, is it's possible to stop it from increasing. And we believe by setting aside money with this bill for that, we can mitigate and minimize those risks. So this is just a list of 7 sources that we've used to sort of build these slides. All of these are available on the website, so you can read them for yourself. And then I mentioned Japan. That 2017 article was one of the most recent with the most up-to-date science on all of the impacts and how to mitigate it. The last thing we want to address is that there was discussion that because Indians have different protections, which we don't have and we're not looking for, they would be able to come to Hawaii if we allowed gaming and do whatever they wanted. And that's not true. For anyone who's interested, you can look at Section 20 of the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. The tribe would have to show a historical connection to the land, and there are no tribes in Hawaii or from Hawaii, so that's not possible. But too, the governor of the state and the local leadership would have to approve it as well before it could happen. And I think the department and our beneficiaries would all agree that we would campaign heavily for the governor not to approve something like that. So I just wanted to address that that sort of narrative really quickly. Indian gaming will not be allowed to freely expand to Hawaii. So with all of that, the last thing I want to leave you folks with is this is a snapshot of the top 11 or so projects from our 2021 request that would be shovel ready, meaning ready to get some hands on the ground by the end of the next fiscal biennium, so 2023. We had more projects than this, but when asked to sort of prioritize, these are only 703 units that this creates out of the 28,000 waiting. And this alone, on the bottom right, the summary for those 2 years, just to build these 703 units would cost us $64 million. We're getting $20 million a year. Even then, you can see that the Nanakuli project was number 34 on our list. There are dozens of projects that we request money for every single year. And the very, very difficult position that this department is put in is, well, with 20 million, who is it going to be? Is it going to be 161 lots in Waikapu? Is it going to be 6 lots in Hilo? Is it going to be 58 lots in Ho'olehua? All of these areas are in need and deserving, but the department gets put in a very, very difficult position of having to pick and choose with the limited funding we get. There's no one out there with a plan like this. And I mentioned 30 million as the low conservative estimate. other locations see in the billions, and I'm not promising billions of dollars, but this is something that could change the game for the department for the next 100 years and leave a very different legacy of what this department stands for and of our kuleana to our beneficiaries. If no one else is going to come to the table and from our, our lawmakers and our leadership about what is the real solution for ending the wait list. We feel here at the department a very deep sense of responsibility to try some ideas ourselves. I'll leave it with that. I think really briefly, we wanted to highlight the rest of our legislative package before we open it up for questions. And I think Lehua, you can take it from here.
Okay, aloha. For those of you that may not know me, I am Lehua Kinilau Kano. I'm the legislative analyst. I know you folks are primarily here for the gaming, and I want to give you folks your time to do some question and answer, but I'm just going to touch very briefly on some of the other legislative measures that we're moving that was approved by the commission as well. For several years, we've tried to push for independent legal counsel for the department. Oftentimes, our issues are different than the state, and so that's been something that we've brought forward repeatedly to secure those kinds of services. Another area is water issues. Many of you from Molokai, for example, that are on this call know that water is one of the key issues for homestead development on Molokai. So one way is to allow for representation on the Commission on Water Resource Management to hopefully increase our voice there. There's also a couple other bills, bills number 8 and 9, that would allow for, again, greater representation on the county boards of water supply. Oftentimes, we can advocate for allocations of water, but needing to convert that into actual wet water is what we call that gets to homestead communities is really critical. Water rights is another important aspect from the water licenses that the Department of Land and Natural Resources puts out. Basically, there's a certain portion that goes to DLNR, some that comes to DHHL, and then also to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. And so increasing that, we've seen over time a decrease in those funds. And so that becomes a critical resource in terms of ways to generate revenue. Again, for other neighbor island rural communities, agriculture is another important aspect. And so increasing representation on the Board of Agriculture. So whatever programs that are available for other farmers, we can also access or do a better job of accessing those resources for our beneficiaries. The next area of bills tries to address, again, if we can't generate the revenue, how can we reduce our costs? That's another way to try and go at addressing this budget shortfall we face every year. So one way is to be exempt from school impact fees. I saw on here lessees from Keaukaha, for example. You folks know, and many other communities know, that we actually have schools on our homesteads. We have charter schools, we have preschools, and yet on top of that, the department needs to pay school impact fees. And so wanting to exempt ourselves from that, because a lot of times our developments plan for schools. The other thing is general excise taxes. Again, what we're looking at exemptions for both of these is for any development for homesteads that we shouldn't need to pay these fees or taxes. Those savings can then be used to develop more homes. Infrastructure maintenance is a huge issue. Many of our homesteaders, especially here on Oahu, realize how much gets spent. On average, our budget on an annual basis is about $5 million just on the operating side, and then we have another $5 million that we need to put in on the CIP side. So you're talking at least $10 million a year that we're spending on existing infrastructure. Again, if those costs were passed on to the counties where it should be, then that would be 10 million that, again, we can allocate towards more homestead development. Another area we face issues is like historic preservation. A lot of times our developments get held up because of there's only one state historic preservation division office, and they're trying to handle all development, not just DHHLs. So is there a way to carve out for that work to be done by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to hopefully expedite some of our homestead developments? And then we have a couple other measures that's wanting to look at ways to expedite. We've heard from some of our lessee communities about some of the illegal criminal activity that goes on. So is there a way we can expedite decisions on those type of issues that impact the health and safety of communities, whether we do it by the type of activity or whether we do it like this, where we get more confident using these remote opportunities instead of waiting. A lot of times, I know many of you neighbor islands know that the commission is only on island typically once a year. And so those issues wait until the commission is on island during that time. And then obviously there's this proposal. So those are some of the issues that are going before the legislature. I just want to touch briefly on the process. So what happens is tomorrow, the legislative session begins, January 20th. The bill introduction deadline is the week after, January 27th. And then typically the bills will get referred to committees. So any House bills get House committee referrals, and any Senate bills get Senate committee referrals. And that process will typically take through the month of February. So all the House bills needs to be heard by House committees, and then again, Senate bills heard by the Senate committees. And then in the beginning of March, if the bills survive all of those hearings, the bills go through what is called crossover. So the House bills go over to the Senate and the Senate bills go over to the House. And the same procedure that happened in February happens in March. For the House will hear the Senate bills and the Senate will hear the House bills. And that process will go through again. And then again, beginning of April, the bills will be voted on and then returned back. So the House bills go back to the House and the Senate bills go back to the Senate. And then what happens at that point is the House and the Senate then have conference committee where they try and resolve any differences. Why we're just touching quickly on that process is, again, this gaming bill, as well as these other bills, would have to go through that process. And so just so you're aware of that process, and the legislature is slated to adjourn at the end of April. So with that, I'll probably turn it back over to Andrew.
Mahalo Lehua and Deputy Gomes. At this point in the meeting, we would like to open it up for questions and answers. We noticed that during the presentation, most of you took advantage of the chat feature and have started to input some of your questions and comments into the chat box. So we'd like to address those questions first, and then for those of you who are more comfortable participating verbally, again, if you can raise your virtual hand, and we will call on you shortly after we get through all of the comments in the chat box. Also, if you feel more comfortable participating in the chat box, feel free to type in additional comments at this time as well. And Cedric will be reading the comments.
Thank you, Andrew. Are you able to hear me? Okay.
Yep.
We're going to read out the questions for those who are calling in, and for those who are dialing in on the phone. After we get through some of the questions, we will provide an opportunity to take some questions should you have any. And I also want to let everyone know that we will have a survey that we'll be putting into the chat box. We would appreciate it if you would take some time at the end of the meeting to respond to the survey. And thank you again for your time today. So we're going to start, I'm trying to bucket some of the questions into different categories. So we're going to start with DHHL funding. The question is, why does DHHL have limited funding? Could you start your presentation with the current balance of funds and sources of income? So if Deputy, if you might be able to speak a little bit to, to this question about why do we have limited funds and kind of where we're at, and maybe even we can discuss a little bit about Nelson and those things.
Sure. So the department currently gets funding in several ways. One is the legislative process, right? We ask our legislators for money, which is that $145 million ask. And then they and the governor decide what they can actually afford to give us, which is that 20 million number, which is why we're so concerned with that, because if there's not enough money to go around and no one's thinking about how to make more, how can we impact that benefits ourselves? Additionally, there are trust funds. So because this is a trust, a portion of that can be used every year, but that has to be approved by the commission, and they can't dig too deeply into the trust because it needs to be regenerative every single year. Then there is a limited amount of federal funding that comes from the federal government, and that's typically called our NAHASDA funds. When I think the administration came in around 2012, There was an unspent balance that resulted in the federal government reducing our allocation. Since then, we have managed to spend it down. And in our last meeting with Housing and Urban Development at the federal level, we were encouraged to go back out and request additional federal funds. So we have worked diligently to restore that. And then lastly is revenue generated by commercial leases on our commercial land. Right now, we only make about $20 million a year on commercial land, but because of COVID, that number's been cut almost in half. We've got solar farms, we have renewable energy projects, there's a hotel on Kauai, there are the shopping centers, but let's assume just the minimum on the casino is 30 million in potential revenue and as high as maybe 100 million. You know, it would take 5 or 6 Kamakana Ali'is to do what one casino could do. And if we're gonna have to balance the need for residential land and our uses, it doesn't make sense to build more shopping centers when you could build one integrated resort, for example. There was one other thing I think you wanted me to address, Sid. You're on mute.
My apologies. I think you've covered it, but a question that's added on to that is, have we explored other options to generate revenue besides a casino?
Yes, we have. So I mentioned renewable energy projects. Those we make the money off of the rent and a portion of the electricity they sell to the grid. The hotel again in Kauai, and like Lehua mentioned, we're also trying to reduce our costs, but also our need. So last month, the commission approved a pilot project to allow the department to assist beneficiaries who are ready to buy out in the fee simple market assistance with the down payment. And so that would give the department a right of first refusal to that land. So what that does is it could potentially increase our land inventory, and we can actually impact the beneficiary's life at a rate that might be less than $150,000 a lot for infrastructure because maybe their down payment is a little bit smaller. So there are opportunities on both ends to raise funds, but also address eliminating some of our bigger costs.
Thank you, Deputy. There is a question that came in with regard to the airports. Is the airport on ceded lands? If yes, is the state paying DHHL for the use of those lands?
So the ceded land settlement is not involving DHHL. That involves the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. So they are the intended recipient of that 20%, which I think most folks are familiar with. We don't receive a portion of the ceded lands settlement.
Thank you. A little bit, we addressed this in the beginning of the presentation, but I'd like you to speak to it because the question has come in. Why did DHHL not consult with its beneficiaries on a deal of this magnitude before sending this proposal to its legislators?
I explained it right at the beginning of the presentation, but typically our legislative package does not go out for beneficiary consultation. It goes to our commission, and then it goes to either the governor or the legislature. And that is true of every other bill that Lehua talked about, right? That said, I think we heard loud and clear on this one that there are just some policy issues that are bigger than what we normally do. And so that's where we're at. We are trying to move forward with that. And that's why we're out here doing beneficiary consultation now. Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy. Why does it feel like you made a decision on behalf of all of us? It also feels like DHHL is saying, this is the plans moving forward and that we have no say in the matter or opposing this casino as a whole.
So I didn't make a decision. The commission made a decision based on the information presented, but there will be continued opportunity for beneficiaries to weigh in. At the legislature, you can contact your senators and representatives and let them know how you feel on either side of the issue. But also, don't forget that before a casino can open, there has to be a development agreement with the department. There must be beneficiary consultation before a development agreement. And that's really the time for beneficiaries to put their foot in the sand about this is, if we're going to agree to this, this is what we want to see. These are the economic benefits we want. These are the improvements to our community we want to see. Many casinos across the country do make sizable and regular donations to hospitals, schools, roads, And those are all things that are on the table for beneficiaries to ask for when the time to figure out what the development agreement looks like. This bill just gives the department, and only the department, the legal ability to contemplate putting a casino on its lands.
We're going to talk a little, there's some questions coming in that are specific to the casino itself. Are we looking at Kanaka as employees? Would only Native Hawaiian blood, the question is only Native Hawaiian blood can be employed, question mark. I think really the question is how are we going to address potentially having beneficiaries benefit through some type of employment with the casino project?
Right, so we can't implement employment policies based on somebody's race. What we can do is provide resources and training to make Native Hawaiians beneficiaries, for example, more suitable to get those jobs.
You addressed some of this in the presentation, but I do notice that some people are coming in a little bit late. So I do want to answer some of the questions that are coming in, even though we spoke to it in the presentation. If only 20 million in funds are awarded to DHHL over the past few years, who's going to fund this casino?
So the casino, again, the department is not paying any amount of money to operate, develop, or run the casino. That's the benefit of a development agreement, is the developer pays for it. They're responsible for operating it. They're responsible for maintaining it. And as an added benefit, the department gets to collect market value rent for their use of the land. But like I also mentioned in the presentation, not just the rent, we're going to tax their revenue as well to make sure that the department sees the maximum benefit. So there's no cost to the department.
Will casino profits eventually be passed along to Native Hawaiians once all homesteads are awarded like they currently do for Indian tribes of California?
I think that's certainly a discussion that the commission has to have. And I would love to see us get to that point where we have the wait list out of the way. But that's something I think if the beneficiaries want to see something else done with the money, that's up to the beneficiaries to take to the Hawaiian Homes Commission. But if we ever get to that point, you're right, there will be a question of, well, now what do we do with the money? How else do we rehabilitate our people?
Will taxes be raised because of this casino? And will all beneficiary taxes be lessened because the casino is built on land for DHHL beneficiaries?
I don't believe so. No, there shouldn't be. We didn't write into the bill any increase in state or local taxes or any credits to beneficiary state and local taxes. This is just putting an additional tax just on the casino to benefit beneficiaries.
Hawaii is one of 2 states without any form of gambling. The other is Utah, which arguably does allow a type of gaming in the form of dinner and bingo. Can we support it rather than a casino?
One of the considerations that the department looked into with bingo and the lottery is those kinds of operations are smaller in scale, so the potential for revenue is smaller. But not just that, it puts the burden on our residents to pay for it, right? Tourists are not going to come to Hawaii to go play in our bingo hall or to buy tickets in our lottery. Some might, but the vast majority of that money is going to get generated by our residents. We'd much rather see through the integrated resort, see that put onto our tourists in order to fund our work.
Thank you, Deputy. So this question is coming up again. I know that we addressed it just a little while ago. We addressed it last night, but the chat is saying that yesterday you did not give him the question of why they're not going after the 20% of money for the ceded lands that are being leased. He stated yesterday that DHHL has not received anything. Why aren't they doing something about it? This is millions and millions of dollars due to the Hawaiian people.
That is currently due to OHA. I think that would require, Lehua, correct me if I'm wrong, that would require a constitutional amendment to change the recipient of the 20% for Native Hawaiians, and I believe that's for Native Hawaiians with a capital N. Is that right?
Yeah, so right now what the state law allows is 20% goes to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. However, because of litigation, that dollar was set at a certain cap, so it's now presently capped at $15.1 million. So actually there's more than 20% that's generated, and it's not coming towards the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. So to your point, that would require legislation, and that would require the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. Those revenues do not come to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that we are two separate entities. So the Department of Hawaiian Homelands is within the governor's cabinet, and the Office of Hawaiian Affairs is a quasi-state agency, which is completely separate from our body. So there's kind of a firewall in between the two of us. Yeah.
I would also add, though, that so the Office of Hawaiian Affairs is responsible for the definition of Native Hawaiian with the capital N, which means Native Hawaiians with ancestry back to 1776 or 1778, excuse me. And the department's responsibility is to 50%ers. So all of our beneficiaries fall under OHA's cap of beneficiaries. So if OHA were interested in, and maybe there's a beneficiary who wants to pitch that to OHA, you know, that's something you could also pitch to the commission if there was a shared idea of changing the way those funds are distributed.
Thank you. If we need money, go after the state, the military, all who are leasing lands. Every plane that flies over there is tariff. Where is all this money? But I think this is an opportunity for us to talk a little bit about our federal and state redress that we've gotten through a couple of different acts. I don't know if Lehua or Deputy, you guys want to talk a little bit about HHLRA and Act 14, and even maybe the lawsuits.
Lehua, do you want to take those?
So there was the Hawaiian Homeland Recovery Act that was passed by Congress that did allow for, that's why we have actual lands in Kapolei that we didn't have previously. So that definitely allowed for that opportunity. Act 14 that Cedric was referencing, that was state law that was passed to address the lack of payment of revenues for, lack of payment for leasing lands prior to the enactment of Act 14. So long story short, there have been efforts, but to your point, we continue to, so presently, for example, we're currently reviewing land in EVA that may come into our inventory to allow for homesteading in EVA under through the federal law. We are still in conversations with DLNR about land that is owed to the Department of Hawaiian Homeland. So it's an ongoing conversation at both the federal and the state level.
Thank you, Lehua. So I do see that we have a couple of hands raised. I just want to take a couple more questions out of the chat before we head over to the hands. So Jade, I do see your question about what are the non-beneficiary. Oh wait, just moved. What are the non-beneficiary contributing towards our revenue due us? That's thousands of acres we don't have. Please elaborate. Jade, I'd like to ask you to maybe restate your question again in the chat for us. Maybe elaborate a little bit more on your question so we can go ahead and come back to you. Here's another question just regarding the legality. If gambling is legal in almost every state of America, why would tourists come specifically to Hawaii to gamble when it's so expensive to get here and be here already? So I think our opportunity here is all, with our proximity to Asia to possibly work with whoever our developer is, and however we establish a developer agreement, to work on the marketing to create this product as something that is enticing for those to travel halfway to the continent. Instead of having to go all the way to the continent to gamble in Vegas per se, they potentially could stop here and have an opportunity to celebrate all that we usually have to offer as part of our visitor industry with the added amenity of an integrated resort property. Here's a good one. Why can't Kamehameha Schools, DHHL, and Office of Hawaiian Affairs come together as one entity for the benefit of beneficiaries and Hawaiian people in general?
Well, I'll speak to the department. You know, we are a creation of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1921. It's a federal act that limits and controls what we can and can't do. When we became a state in 1959, as a part of that that transfer, the state was required to take over the responsibilities of administering the act. Kamehameha Schools is created by a private trust, whereas we are a public trust, and OHA is a creation out of the 1978 Constitutional Convention. I don't know that all three of our governing sort of foundations allow for us to join up into a mega organization, but I think to what you're asking, the real opportunity is collaboration. And that's something that, at least under our administration and Chairman Ayla, we've really tried to open new doors and collaborate with our sister trusts to really figure out how do we address problems in more than one way? And we can continue to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy. So this is the question with regarding the revenue. So Jade, your question is, what are the revenues that we are getting from non-beneficiaries, and does it help with the funds to afford development? I think the short answer is yes. So as we lease out properties and we generate revenue off of lands that are zoned for commercial and industrial, we do allocate that money for lot development for beneficiaries. And that's part of the effort here in this casino proposal, is to increase that amount that we're earning off of lands from the 20 million or so that we were earning pre-COVID, and increase that amount so that we can put that into potential lot development. Andrew, I think this is most of the questions in the chat. I'd like us to pivot to take some of the hands that are raised now, if that's okay.
Sure. I noticed that there are 3 hands up right now, so I'd like to call on Godfrey. I think you had your hand up first. So Godfrey, if you can unmute yourself and ask your question or make your comment.
How's it? You guys can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to say that it was a very well presented presentation. And you know, all of the homework was done well, and the information was provided. And you know, you guys are providing some other information. But I want to just say, first of all, that regarding the casino, for me and my family, we're opposing it. And it's the primary purpose that we are opposing the casino is a values and ethics issue, yeah, for us. Of course, there's gonna be a lot of disagreement with that. We have family members that do go to Las Vegas, they gamble or even go chicken fight, whatever. But for my family, you know, that's the primary reason why we're opposing it, is because it is a value and ethics issue for us. You know, with that said, the plan does look good in regards to making money, but then what about moonshine? We can start doing moonshine or you know, dispensary, making pakalolo. You know, where does it end? Yeah. So we would, and I'll be honest and say I don't have a solution for that issue regarding trying to find money, but we're not the ones getting paid to figure that out. Yeah. We believe that there are other ways that money can be generated. What is the answer? I don't know. I wish I had the answer to give that. So regarding that casino, yeah, that's why we're opposing. We're strongly opposed that, because we also know that it also brings in other criminal type of activity. Yeah. The other thing that I wanted to address was the water. And so maybe you guys can answer this question. Yeah. Does the Commission Act, the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, the original act, does it state that water was supposed to be free for the people? And if it was, at what point did we have to start paying for that? And the reason why this is important for the people is because, number one, it's a resource. Yeah, the rain comes from the sky. It's like if I was to say, you know what, you stay in my space, you gotta pay for air. Okay, so if we didn't have to pay for water, when you talk about farming, the farming industry would really be booming if we did not have to pay for the water. So that's just my 2 cents regarding that. Oh, one more thing. Regarding people, putting the people on the land, I would like to see the department come across the list and ask the people, hey, we get raw land, there's no development. You like them or you don't like them? If you don't like them, move on to the next person on the list. You know, allow the people to decide if they want to take a go at this raw land and do something with it, instead of the department decide for them. Let the people decide. So that's just my other suggestion for that kind of planning. But if you can answer the questions, thank you.
Hello, Godfrey, for your comments. So I just wanted to note for since we were taking notes, so you're opposed to the casino bill because of your values and morals, moral reasons. You think there would be more opportunities for beneficiaries if the cost of water was lower, and you'd like the department to make more opportunities available for beneficiaries to utilize lands that might not be used for homesteading. Did I capture your opinions, your comments well?
Regarding the water, not to be cheaper, but supposed to be free. Or, like for me and my family, I don't have a problem with paying a maintenance fee, yeah? Like one cell phone bill, yeah? $40 a month, unlimited. Instead of paying for a quantity amount, utilizing that quantity amount, we'd be able to generate and boost our farming industry. So that's a very big challenge for us on our homestead with the farming. The water is increasing in cost, and it's really making it difficult for us to continue farming.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I see that there are 3 other people with their hands up. So I'm going to go to Mapulana, then Cora, and then Kahaku. So Mapuana, then Cora, and then Kahaku.
Aloha. You Cedric asked a question about other options. Could you go over that with me again? I'm not clear on how the other option revenue, there are possible other options for making money, revenue for us. How can you go over that with me?
Sure. So, well, one of the considerations that the department has to keep in mind is only a limited portion of our land is available for revenue generation, right?
Right.
So we already sort of maximize our opportunities to consider revenue generating ways. There are beneficiaries who feel like land shouldn't be used for that purpose, but that's sort of the department, not the department, but that's actually the position the commission's in. So I think I highlighted renewable energy projects. So they rent the space from us, but also we get a portion of their profits when they sell energy back to the electric company, which is sort of how it's called a power purchasing agreement.
Mm-hmm.
We have hotel, so they also pay rent, but in the example of the Kauai Hotel, they've had 0 income since COVID started. We have shopping centers I think in Hilo, Kamakana Ali'i behind the department. Kamakana might be the most successful, but it only generates about $5 million a year. And so when we think about, what other opportunities are there to use our lands, as we continue to entertain them, we have to be mindful of the fact that we only have a limited amount of land that beneficiaries would like used for those purposes. The department doesn't have, without going through legislation, doesn't have other sort of taxation authority. So this is new for us, stepping out and trying to tax a new revenue source. Are you also asking about the other options as far as gaming, or just revenue generation in general?
In general.
Okay.
Yeah. Other option than just gambling.
Okay. Andrew, anyone else want to add into that? Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. But this is going to be recorded, and then we can read about this also. Can we also ask questions on that?
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
I was gonna say, you can ask questions that might come into your head after, because oftentimes, I'm like that too. It's like, oh, I should have said that, or I should have asked that.
Right.
So there will be an opportunity for beneficiaries to ask additional questions or make additional comments to us. I'll go over that during the next steps and wrap up process of this meeting. So how you folks can ask additional questions in the next month, should you have additional questions. So
Okay.
Thank you for.
Okay.
Okay.
And thank you, Godfrey. I totally agree with you. Thank you for your comments. Aloha.
Mahalo ma.
Oh.
Cora.
Aloha, can
Cora.
you hear me?
Aloha.
Yes.
Hello.
Aloha.
Okay. Well, you guys said a lot of stuff, and I wanted to comment on your handouts and a little bit to the deputy. I'll start with the deputy first. You've made mention about your policy that allows you to initiate such projects. My first question would be, when you say policy, what are you referring to? Can you cite me your operational procedures? That's one. Two is, in this training that you folks provided, 8 of us about 5 years ago, and Lehua knows she was part of it, in a Rue Community Leadership Program, it speaks about, prior to doing a project, within the project process, there's a timeline. And the reason I bring this up is because when you said that the commissioners have approved it to allow you folks to move it to the next step, that is not necessarily true. You didn't give them reasonable time to provide the information, whether you folks or them address it to their beneficiaries who they are obligated to serve. You never gave that opportunity. You provided a workshop, informed them about it, but then asked them to vote. And that wasn't Pono. If this is all about the beneficiaries, the process has to include the beneficiary. I feel that this was not done at the very get-go, was not done Pono. Secondly, is that what would stop you folks from proceeding to another project and not allowing the beneficiary to have a voice? So those are my major concerns. Is I would like, you said you referred to a policy. What policy? I would like you to cite that for me. What policy are you referring to in your operation procedure?
Sure. That would be the beneficiary consultation policy, which said, is that on the website?
Yes, I can put the link to it on the chat.
My other question is, looking into you folks, in your folks' handout, you had a chain and it made reference to residential. You saw 838 apps and the acres are less than what's on the wait list. Okay, I really have a major concern about this. One is that how many of these, so it tells me one or two things. Either there wasn't any fiduciary duties done prior, or never done at all, or never had an inventory to a baseline of what can and cannot. Why would you have more people on the wait list than actual land? So something wrong with that picture. Number two is that you have acres that you folks have leased out to non-Hawaiian. How much acres that went out that could have been used for these applicants? Now, the other thing is, before you answer that, this is only residential. You know, I don't see any other category in here. And so this is either discrimination or what, but you know, if you guys go mention one category, mention all categories. So my concern is that if there were giving out, if our priority was the beneficiaries, then why were this land even given out or considered to be given out to non-Hawaiians? If there were less land and more applicants. Let me just finish, and then if you need to stop me. You can answer all at once. My question all at once. My other concern is, in your folks' handout, it spoke about this flow chart, and this flow chart about the governing power. this is not even porno. 1 out of 5 or 1 out of, if you look at it, really, who gets the stay? It's less than, even less than our beneficiaries get 1 stay. They only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Out of 7, only 1. That is not even porno. We back again. We're supposed to be advancing. Our Hawaiian beneficiaries should be advancing. I mean, everything is so made so difficult for our people. You talk about in your folks' proposed bill, $6 billion. We're not talking million. We're talking $1 billion here, and that's what DHHL is supposed to come up with the COVID-19. Really? Do you really think this is worth the trade-off? There's no guarantee. And then the other part that you folks haven't considered is, what do we have now that you can help the Hawaiian beneficiaries in restoring, so can bring food, that we don't need to bring our food from importing foods and goods in. We're already paying big price, 60% increase on the other islands. So these are my concerns. These are my questions. I totally do oppose this. I think that I don't think that there were some fiduciary duties that have been done prior. All of a sudden, 100 years goes by, and we want, you guys have all these things all created. What were you guys doing prior? Anyway, I appreciate all you guys' time, but these are my concerns. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thank you for the concerns. I think there are some things we can answer. Andrew, is that how you want to?
Sure.
Or do you want to reverse? Yeah. Okay. So I think the next question was project process and project timeline. Just a reminder, the bill doesn't decide on where the project's going, when the project's starting, right? Beneficiary consultation is going to have to happen before the development agreement. This is about creating the authority for this to be possible. And then I think your next question is, what is stopping the department then from going to another project without consulting the beneficiaries? Again, projects would be preceded by a beneficiary consultation. Right now in the beneficiary consultation policy, we do not typically take our legislative package to BC first. So in that question about the commissioners not having time, the same is true for every other bill that the commission has approved for legislative consideration as for a significant amount of time. I can't speak to before I was here, but I know that that's the policy that's in place. I think that there was a question about the next question was about so the next question was about acreage. I think I highlighted Oahu has 90 acres available for commercial. We can try and get the numbers for the others readily available, but it's a fraction of what's available. I think you also had a question about how is it possible that the number of individuals on the wait list was less than the available acres. Well, I think we had a similar question like this come in recently. Do you want to explain that?
Yeah, so I think the question is on the slide where you present each island and then the applications. We did highlight the residential applications, and we identified the land that was designated for residential use on each island. You're correct, we are focusing on residential because the point that we're trying to make is that we have this great demand for need for residential homes. That being said, I get your point, especially on Molokai. There are there's an ag application, and there's other agriculture land. So I think that's your point, but that was what this presentation was designed for. The other part you mentioned about the Gaming Commission and the makeup of the commission, I just want to be clear that there is 1 seat for a member of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, so 1 of the 5. The other 4, it says at least 1 is Native Hawaiian. If we have Native Hawaiians that have that expertise that the bill calls for in law enforcement, in gaming management experience, and whatever those other areas that we've identified, by all means, it wasn't meant to limit it. We just wanted to be sure. And that's why the language specifically says at least one. It doesn't say only one. So just wanted to respond to those issues.
Thanks, Lehua. And then as a follow-up to that one, just a reminder that the Gaming Commission's responsibility is to promulgate the rules to make sure that gaming is done responsibly. They won't have any authority over our lands, but we will make sure that there's a minimum of one beneficiary at the least and one Hawaiian Homes Commissioner on that board, so 2 of the 5 at the minimum. The next question you highlighted, I think the narrative from within the bill about a need for $6 billion, right? We talked about the minimum being $4.5 billion. And you said that, is it worth the risk? And there's no guarantee. You know, based on the research the department did, the department felt that it was worth pursuing this this option in order to figure out where does the $4.5 billion or the $6 billion come from, and no one else has a plan for that. I understand, and I respect the fact that you disagree, but just to answer your question, we did feel that it was worth taking that chance. The next question was about restoring food security. Andrew, I think planning actually has some role in that. Do you want to speak to that?
Thank you. So the planning office is currently looking at ways we can grow more native Hawaiian farmers on Hawaiian homeland. So we do have a couple initiatives related to farming. One is the CTAR agent contracts. We have one on Higo, one on Moloka'i. You know, the reason why we're only limited to Moloka'i and Higo is because we don't have more funding to provide those types of services to other islands. The other thing that we're currently looking at is trying to address the needs of our ag beneficiaries through our ag program plan. We're currently going through that process. We solicited beneficiary input via survey because of COVID-19. Again, we couldn't go out face to face, so we did conduct a survey back in August. We also will probably be doing another round of beneficiary consultation in the near future on the ag program plan. So those are kind of our ag related initiatives right now. So the ag program plan will kind of look at what are some comprehensive ways that we can produce more native Hawaiian farmers on Hawaiian homelands. Okay, I think those covered all of Cora's questions. So there are 3 other people that I noticed had their hands up. So we'll go to Kahaku, then Warren, and then Charlani. So Kahaku, if you can unmute yourself and feel free to give us your question or comment. Kahaku, can you hear us? Or I'll come back to you. So Warren, if you can unmute yourself and ask us your question or comment.
Oh, hello. This is all very interesting. This is
Aloha,
Warren.
can you hear me?
Oh, okay. We'll go back to you, Kahaku. Sorry,
Oh,
Warren.
sorry. I was having some technical difficulties. Kalamai. Okay, you can hear me okay?
Yeah,
Yes.
don't worry. We know all about technical difficulties.
Alrighty then. So I kind of have a lot as well. So I'm just gonna go through it and then you can answer it after I'm through. So aloha, I'm Kahaku Akoi Kahuna. The Hawaiian Homes Commission Act was made 100 years ago with the allotment of 200,000 acres. I haven't been kept up to par, but has all of those 200,000 acres nearly used up? It has been 100 years since that establishment, and I feel and hear that we are not anywhere near a solution to getting our people on the Aina that is owed to us. First and foremost, I too understand it to be as beneficiaries were not informed of any decisions to get to this point, that it was decided by DHHL board, then presented as here we have a proposal put in a bill, but has never been given that opportunity to decide on that decision moving forward as beneficiaries. This goes to say that could you create other future bills and proposals without the continuity of the agreements of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, which is to consult the beneficiaries. So it creates a level of a little distrust, because it is HEVA in my eyes, that it was created without the conditions of considering the true beneficiaries of the land. I wanted to address the fact that you have 90 acres left, as stated in the presentation, yet 11,000 people are waiting. With those, I'm not sure if that's with the people in the lawsuit, or you counting the people in the lawsuit in addition to the people currently waiting. And that's not to mention, there are more other 50% people who are not even on the list. Being so, why hasn't, at this point, 100 years later, the commercial lots been converted into residential? Since we now know only get 90 acres, I'm sure you guys knew the inventory of the land prior to today's presentation. Even 10 years ago, we knew how much acres, yet how much people we still have remaining on that list. Being so, and we know there's millions of dollars due to DHHL from the state based on the leases that you have already engaged and provided to. Why are we not foreclosing on those properties and making that statement clear that we will not wait any longer for your debt to be paid to us? We are currently in a furlough with teachers, as I am a teacher. They are, even in a contract, they choose to say, we're not going to pay you guys because we don't have money. The economy relies on tourism. They're relying on tourism. So are we going to just keep saying, oh yeah, it's okay, pay us next year 600 million. Oh, okay, next year pay us 1 million more. Just keep adding to the debt. Or are we going to make a statement that says, we are no longer going to continue this lease. Conditions need to be finalized and made. If not, force them to give up the ceded lands that they stole. We all know that the state of Hawaii is not an operating entity in the true nature of the Hawaiian Kingdom. Therefore, if they owe us money that they cannot pay, because we're relying on tourism and we're in a pandemic, no more money coming in, why are we not forcing them to give up ceded lands instead of selling it to foreign interests and foreign entities? They are selling foreign land, our lands, to foreign interests, but yet they owe us millions of dollars. Why are you guys not advocating? Hui, you guys get all over here, give us that land for our kanaka. You owe us 2 billion already. Where we at 100 years later, you cannot get our people on the land. Converting residential. And are you not lowering the blood quantum because you currently cannot allot lands to the 11,000 currently waiting already? Because Kanaka is not just based on 50% of my koko allows me to have that land. That wasn't established or stated by our ali'i when this was established. Because there's so much more people that are Hawaiian and who do so much more as Kanakas, as Kanaka Maolis, than even those with 50%. So I just saying that in advocating for those who are not 50%, that they too need lands. Second, hemp is legal. Why have we not considered hemp or medical marijuana as a moving forward opportunity to become leading, cutting edge entity for our people to be able to provide the monies that you say you need for infrastructure? Another question, why don't you consider self-build homes, so therefore infrastructure is not a problem? If we're saying that infrastructure is a problem, therefore why we cannot provide for our people, because we got to put sidewalks, we got to put crosswalks, we got to put street lights, we got to put sewer, we got to put water. Why don't you just allow for self-build? Why are we limiting this to the construct of the po'e haole way? We got to have 4 walls. Why does it have to be that way? You would minimize your infrastructure costs if you allowed people to self-build. A package home is only $42,000. I've myself built a $42,000 home myself. And at the end result, it was cheaper than your homestead leasing your land. I bought my aina. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you on behalf of my kupuna, who I bring forward with me to share the ike and the aloha that is injustices done to our kanaka. You were chosen with the understanding that you would work in the favor of the beneficiary. Moving forward with a casino does not, for me, feel like listening to everybody speaking. I never hear one person say that they was for the casino. We already get issues with game rooms in our communities, people trying to rob game rooms. How are you going to protect our people and the next generation? And if it wasn't what our Kanaka, our Ali'is, ever wanted on our Aina, they never wanted gambling. It was an issue. Our people were becoming drunken monkeys in the streets because our people could not balance that type of foreign constructs. Our Ali'is was never for gambling. If you do your research, you would see that they banned it and did their best to get rid of it. So with all the aloha in me, thank you for all that you do. I appreciate the opportunity again to speak. Mahalo, mahalo, mahalo.
Mahalo kahaku. I can start from the back and work my way up. Actually, Lili Okalani several times in the final years for cabinet tried to legalize the lottery. Kuhio himself was an advocate for gambling. And if you look to the published works of David Malo, he actually documented extensive gambling amongst our people. The idea that gambling is not Hawaiian actually comes from our Christian missionaries. And I have the same amount of aloha and respect for religion, but I do want to make it clear that it's not anti-Hawaiian to game, and there's a lot to document that. Next, in the issue of game rooms, you're right, game rooms do attract a certain type of crime. I mentioned it in the statistics on crime, but that crime actually decreases if you regulate the industry in the same way that marijuana and hemp have been regulated. You see a decrease in the crime that it attracts. As far as the self-build homes, we have done offerings in the past many times in the last 30 or 40 years, offering just raw land without infrastructure. Those projects have largely been unsuccessful. Kanaka have not been able to, while you may have, and I congratulate you on being able to get a $42,000 home off the ground, not everyone has the time or the capacity or the resources or the desire to figure out where they're going to get electricity from, where they're going to get water from, where does their sewage go. And I congratulate our beneficiaries who have figured out how to do that. But with a wait list that's an average age of 60 plus, not many of them have expressed an interest in raw land without infrastructure, which is why we do it that way. Hemp or medical marijuana, we took 2 of those bills to the legislature this year. They were shot down by the commission. The hemp bill also was rendered invalid by a state law from last session. But again, if there is an actual interest from our beneficiaries to promote either medical marijuana, which we considered increasing the number of licenses to beneficiaries on Hawaiian homelands, and the commission didn't like that idea. If you want to re-raise the issue with your commissioners, then maybe they will see it differently as to that issue. Lowering the blood quantum, I think you said, since we know we can't serve the 11,000 waiting, it's actually 28,000 Native Hawaiians waiting. And many, under the act, as you know, you could get an award for both residential or agriculture, or residential and pastoral, right? You could technically have 2 awards under the act. If we consider that, there are almost 40,000 applications because many people have submitted 2. The problem is much, much larger than that. Right now, there is a bill pending before US Congress to lower the blood quantum for successorship. If it is in the beneficiary's collective interest to lower the blood quantum to receive an award overall, that's also something you can raise with your commission or your legislators, because it would actually require several steps in the legislative process to change the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, and that's what it would take. In terms of foreclosing on state debts, I want to be super clear that the state already paid us the $600 million owed to us under Act 14. That ended in 2016. The issue of ceded lands, DHHL is not entitled to the proceeds of ceded lands. I think I mentioned earlier, if OHA is looking for cooperation in advocating for themselves, the ceded land revenue is due towards OHA and not DHHL. And then as far as foreclosing on state properties, I don't know of any properties in our inventory that have been leased to the state in which they're in default from. That I don't know that that is a situation that we're currently facing. Lastly, oh no, there's 3 other questions you had. Oh, you asked about the conversion of commercial to res. Beneficiaries decide how much of the acreage on each island is set aside for commercial. So when consultation was last done for the Oahu Island plan, it was beneficiaries who were informed of and agreed with setting aside that those 90 acres for commercial use. If at the next island planning process, beneficiaries no longer collectively want certain lands to be used for commercial, it's that at that point that the beneficiaries should raise that with the commission. But we're trying to work with what the beneficiaries have already approved. You asked about what other bills would be passed without beneficiary consultation. I also mentioned this early in the presentation. The beneficiary consultation policy does not require us to go to the beneficiaries before the commission. So all of our bills every year go straight to the commission, and we follow that process. It sounds like we need to think hard on that, because the question is, what sort of policy questions do arise to, this level? That's something we have to work towards, I think. And then I think your very first question was the original acreage of it was 203,500 acres. How much of that is nearly used up? Andrew could speak a little bit to it, but in a nutshell, much of that land is not inhabitable. It's cliffsides, conservation land, forest reserves that we need to preserve. There's a huge variety of the land that was given to us. Not all of it was inhabitable. So I think, Andrew, you have the statistic, and I'll let you go into it about, with the lands that are available for homesteading, what's possible.
Just to add on to what Tyler said, so within the 200,000 acres that the department has, I guess for those of you who are not familiar with our planning system, our island plans articulate what those lands will be set aside for. So whether it be residential homesteading, agricultural homesteading, commercial use, places where people can malama aina and gather as community. So those are the documents in which the commission articulates their land use policy for Hawaiian homelands. Of the 200,000 acres that are set aside for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, about 1.5% of those lands statewide are set aside for commercial and industrial use. In terms of a large majority of the lands are not what we call encumbered or not leased out. So the department gives out homesteading leases. It also gives out general leases, licenses, and permits for non-homesteading types of use. So a lot of those lands of the 200,000 acres have not been what we call encumbered by anyone. So what we're facing is having to manage those lands, and that in itself is a cost that sometimes we can't overcome that cost to manage our land. So we often look for partnerships with other organizations, other state agencies, other community associations to help us with management of those lands. Okay. I think I'll move on to Warren. Thank you, Warren, for your patience. And then after Warren, we'll go to Charlani.
Well, hello there. Thank you. Thank you for seeing me today. And it's all very enlightening as we move forward with this project, your project. My questions are primarily gauged towards the entrepreneurial, the operating, servicing, and supplying of the entity that you are working on right now. My thoughts were, as a past Native Hawaiian Chamber of Commerce president, and being in the business of amusements in Hawaii for the last 39 years, I thought I would like to share some thoughts, maybe two or three, given the time we have, in terms of where we are in the posture of beneficiaries working on property, and what are we doing for the beneficiaries? Will they be living on property, and will they be educated on property, or have we addressed that issue? I'll leave you that first question first.
So,
Oh, go ahead, Andrew.
Just to clarify your question, Warren. So your question was, is the department going to provide more educational opportunities about property management or real property? Is that your question?
Well, my question is more on the beneficiary side, as I am a beneficiary as well. But the workers that work on property, that will be working on property, they will be earning a living, of course. Are they given first choice as employees of the entity? They will? Okay, good.
No, they so Anakala, mahalo for the question. We cannot violate federal employment laws by giving preference in terms of hiring. So the workaround is to provide the training so that they are best suited to get the jobs. They are more competitive at getting them.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then will you be having any educational facility on the property for beneficiaries?
Educational in the sense of educational for beneficiaries to work at to educate visitors about Hawaii and our culture, or an actual school for beneficiaries on the property?
An actual school for beneficiaries.
That's not something we are in the stage yet to contemplate. So when the development agreement gets negotiated, if beneficiaries wanted to see a school built by the casino, that's something they could ask for in the negotiation. But that would be up to, the commission, the beneficiaries, and the eventual applicant to really figure out what that looks like and negotiate it. But if that's an idea people want to run with, I know that in other jurisdictions, casinos have made significant contributions to schools because they recognize the importance of upkeeping the educational opportunities in the area.
Okay, that might be a possibility then. And then third, the housing. Is there going to be housing for employees there?
That's another thing that would probably have to be considered in the development agreement negotiations. But like I said on the last answer, that's what beneficiaries want to see. They want to know that a certain number of units would be dedicated to Native Hawaiian employees seeking housing. I think that's something that can be raised at that time.
Oh, very good. That sounds positive as far as I can see, as far as you are telling me. That's wonderful. My final question is, as an entrepreneur in the business of amusement and entertainment of the people of Hawaii, the question is, when do we cross the opportunity or get to the opportunity when local businesses can be a part of this entity?
I think one way to accomplish that, and I'm not making any promises because this is another one of those problems best suited at the development agreement negotiation process, you could probably ask the developer to set aside a portion of the commercial space for Native-owned businesses. That's something that I think we did at Kamakana Ali'i and worked well. So I think if we wanted to negotiate that, and that was the desire of the beneficiaries, when the development agreement is being negotiated, we could ask for something like that potentially.
That's good. That's great. The casino operator. I'm sure many of you have thought about the different casino operators that are able to put up the first 200 million or go beyond that. I mean, it's going to be a big project. Have you crossed that bridge yet on offering the opportunity to develop the land to others already?
No, we haven't. So we can't do that without the powers that we're trying to create for the department under this bill. So the bill gives the department the power to do it. And then before deciding who would get that opportunity, like I mentioned, the development agreement has to be negotiated, beneficiary consultation will have to be done so that ideally the person with the most money to put into the project with the greatest amount of willingness to develop community around our beneficiaries, that person would hopefully be the winner of the license.
That's terrific. Okay, I think that's all I have now. And I think I asked you to cross a bridge you weren't crossing yet. And I think I'll be back for more questions in the business or entrepreneurial end for services, operating, supplies, and all that goes around. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your time.
Andrew, you're
Sorry,
on mute.
sorry about that. Just to make a note, we are a little bit past 1:46, so we'll take Charlani's comments, and then after that one we'll start to wrap up. Okay.
Okay. Unmute. Aloha mai. Can you hear me?
Aloha, we can hear you.
Okay. Mahalo for all that you are doing today. I am very thankful to be here. I was not aware that this was going on yesterday and today until my sister called. I won't touch into what she wrote, Charlotte Kauiakana. She stated, did you get your card? I never knew this meeting was even happening. So I mahalo her. I am one of 11 children. My parents were on the Hawaiian Homes list back in the 50s when it first started up. For some reason, our parents' papers went somewhere, or they said they didn't have it. They had to reassign. Anyway, moving forward, we're on the list. My question, I concur with Kahaku, mahalo anui loa for her manao. I don't have to touch that. I don't need to put that in your ear again. If Hawaii got paid $600 million from the state or whoever or wherever, whatever cap that you folks say came in, don't you think that's a joke? For the prime land that we have here in Hawaii, that's ridiculous, okay? And why I say that is, again, like you said, 100 years ago was when this happened. There's people at the age of 60. I am 63 years old. So my brothers and sisters are older than me. Yeah, I only have a younger brother that's still here. We have homes here in Waimanalo. I wrote something along the side. I didn't know if you see it. We have homes here along a casino in Hawaii would be very, very scarce. We already have homeless on our streets. Can you imagine? They take their final monies and go into a casino. That's not good. For me, just for me. Las Vegas has been, Atlantic City has been, let it keep going. You know, we don't need that here. Our people need to be in homes. Yeah. Right here in Waimanalo, I spoke about Waimanalo. We have 14 homes that have been sitting, just falling apart. And the homes are made of wood, right? So it's life, right? It comes from trees, right? They're just falling down. If these people aren't going to make use of that lot, why can't it be passed to the next person? If you want to get people in their homes. We've got ag land behind here in Waimanalo Mountain Park that are selling for $4 million, $5 million. How were they able to get that? How did they get this land? If we received $600 million, why didn't we buy the island of Lanai? Why did a foreigner, a stranger from America be able to come and purchase that land? We could have put a lot of people on that island. You know, that kind of things. Why don't we look at those kind of things instead of building a casino or doing that, you know? I would love to have a Hawaiian homeland, you know, or be on Hawaiian homes. I would love to, but it's cheaper to buy land outside right now. Because right now, as we stand, I had posted something here that someone is selling a home, a land, a lease that they have for $900,000 with a brand new home on it, which costs luckily about $200,000. But the realtor can sell it for whatever price they feel fit. Shouldn't that go back to Hawaiian Homes and they only be able to sell their house but not their lease? That's what's happening here in Waimanalo. People are walking up to the doors. Oh, you Hawaiian Homelands, I can buy this right for you right now, right like this. So how will we ever get on the land? We've got, like I said, homes that could be demolished. There's lands, with broken homes on it. Nobody living in there. The one land across from, and God bless our ex-president, Mike Ka'i, Mr. Obama, who has a beautiful beach lot home built going up. But there was a lot up above that the people were removed from for whatever reason. Now nobody's living there. Why can't that land be given to the next successor or whomever? So before you folks start looking at building a casino and making more money for the people, correct the wrong. That's all I'm saying. Or try to help, get the people and allow them to go in. Because when the homes were first given, they had houses on top, which was called hick homes, on top of the lot, and they moved in. Now you can't even afford a loan because the cost is so high. Mahalo nui for listening. I'm Pau.
Mahalo nui. Okay, I just have one quick question for you. If you didn't get the card, that means your address is not up to date in our system. Something new we tried this year was we worked with the Department of Transportation to update our address logs. So if you didn't get it, that means we don't have a good address for you. Would you mind contacting the office to get a change of address form so we can make sure our future mailings get to you?
Okay, can I say something real quick? So
Yes.
I've lived in this home over 30 years.
Okay.
I am on the Hawaiian Homes list, and my address is very current, so I
Okay.
don't understand. But it's
All right.
okay. Things happen, I'm
Yeah.
sure. But I'm glad I got to be here. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui.
Okay. Thank you, Charlani, for sharing your mana'o with us. We are at 1:50. I just wanted to go over a couple things before people start dropping off from the call. So I'm just going to pop up a quick couple slides.
Andrew, while you're doing that, I just want to take a couple of things from some of the last questions. So a few years ago, there was a conversation amongst the Hawaiian Homes Commission with regard to beneficiaries selling their lots. And there was agreement at that time that beneficiaries should not be allowed to sell an unimproved lot or a vacant lot. So the commission took action on that. But there wasn't wide beneficiary agreement on if a beneficiary is allowed to sell their homestead lot with the house on it. So therefore, the commission did not take action, and beneficiaries at this time are still allowed to transfer their lease and sell their lot to another qualified Native Hawaiian. If that's a policy that should be changed, again, that's something that we would need to bring before the Hawaiian Homes Commission. So I just wanted to share that one thing with Charlani.
Mahalo nui. Mahalo.
Okay. So we're coming up towards the end of our meeting. As I mentioned earlier, the department did have several questions that we wanted participants to answer. So Cedric will be posting a link in the chat box. The link will take you to a survey. It's a quick survey. It should take you maybe five minutes to take the survey. So Cedric will be posting that link. In addition to that, here are some of our next steps. So this meeting video and presentation will be posted to the department's website at this address. It's the same address that you folks went to access this meeting. We will be taking additional comments until February 19th. So you'll have an additional month to provide us with your comments and mana'o. And you can submit your comments to this email address. It's dhhl.planning, PLANNING, @hawaii.gov. So you can submit your comments there. We will be compiling all of the comments we received from today's meeting, last night's meeting, as well as the meeting we had with Kapolei beneficiaries last week. And it will also include the comments that we receive during the next 30 days. And we will be presenting a consultation report to the commission in March of 2021. So this March, we will be summarizing the comments we've received and presenting that to the Commission for their information and acceptance. Also, as we mentioned often, that this is a legislative proposal. The legislature begins tomorrow, as Lehua had mentioned. So in addition to sharing your comments with the department, you can also share your comments and mana'o with your legislative representatives. Okay, so those are several of the next steps coming up. With that, I'd just like to mahalo everyone for taking the time out of your schedules. I know it's busy. You folks are all busy and have other kuleana to attend to. So we really appreciate you taking the time to meet with us and sharing your mana'o with us. And again, this is the first step in the process, and we look forward to sharing more information as the process unfolds in the legislative session. Deputy, did you have any closing comments?
Yeah, I just want to mahalo everyone for your time. Thank you so much for sharing your opinions and getting your questions out there. I think what I want to leave everyone with the note is, and this is how I closed last night, the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act was a promise to our people. And when we became a state, the state agreed to take that promise up. And we know that that has not always been carried forth. And whether you support this bill or you don't, I think what we can all agree on is that we've got to do better and we got to do something. And I hope what the takeaway is today, even if you oppose this bill, is I hope we're equipping people to go out there and have this conversation about what is owed to the department and to our people. And if we can at least get people talking about those topics, I think that's a win for everyone. So again, I appreciate everyone's time, your mana'o and your ike. Aloha.
No.
And then it was right.